Thank you all.
This conference will now be recorded.
At this time, we'd like to call the meeting on June 21st to order. Starting off with, we have the director's decisions, violation resumes, warning letters, and inactive status letters. Has everyone had a chance to review those? If so, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion they all be approved.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Moving forward, setting the agenda or the meeting for next month.
It will be July the 19th.
Okay. Does that work for everyone? All right, we'll set that. Ms. Judy, do you have anything else for us?
Well, as you can see, the director is currently unavailable, but he's going to try to log in for the hearing, for the meeting. I also wanted to announce that today is my last meeting at ABC. I am going to be going to another agency, and so today is my last day here with you guys.
Well, I would like to speak from my own perspective, Judy. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I know that the ABC would be a ship without a rudder without you for all the years of service you've provided to the ABC. So we wish you nothing but the best for your next journey, and don't be a stranger, but we thank you again for all your help.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Also, renewal is almost over. Everything seems to be moving smoothly. So, you know, I think the last time I looked, we have 6,200 permits, and there's probably about 5,000 renewed. So, but we still have a week, so that's, you know, all of those coming in. So, but yeah, so I think that's it.
Perfect. Well, thank you again. I know we've got a lot of stuff on our agenda today, so we'll try to get through these as quickly as possible, get everyone on their way. Starting off, we will have the first liquor store we have on our agenda, Miss Kimball Davis with the Winter Circle Convenience Store located at 22596 Highway 67 in Malvern. Retail liquor store new. If you could please come forward at this time. Do I take a seat? Sure. And if we have anyone that plans to speak in favor or opposition of this permit, if you could please stand right now, we'll swear you in all at one time. Have anyone? Okay, then at this point, Mr. Davis, if you want to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. Chip, if you want to proceed.
I'm going to have Aaron handle the liquor store drawing case. I'll handle the last one. I think that may be more contested. So Aaron Lowry will be presenting for ABC.
Okay, my apologies, Aaron. Please report.
Yes, sir. The application presented by Mr. Kimball Davis has been received by ABC. It's met all of the statutory requirements. We're going to move that and approve today. The inspection was done by Blake Zabadil, and everything passed on the inspection.
Okay, and Agent Tavanel, is there anything, does he need to come forward if we just want to ask him if there's anything wrong?
Only if you guys have any questions.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for the agent? Okay, so I guess at this point, it sounds like there's a recommendation to move forward. Unless Mr. Davis has anything else you want to add, we can move to a motion. Okay. Do we have a motion on Kimball Davis Winter Circle Convenience Store at this time?
I'll make a motion to, in behalf of Kimball Davis Winter Circle Convenience Store, Malvern Retail Liquor, that we approve the permit.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you, sir, for coming in. Next one, we have Ms. Katie Tatum at 270 Bear Run and Spirits. 7313 US Highway 270 in Malvern, retail liquor store new. Ms. Davis, would you come forward? Do we have anyone that plans to speak for or against this permit? Okay. Ms. Tatum, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. ABC, you want to?
Yes, sir. On this particular retail liquor application, everything has been completed. I will point out that there was one objection that was Tonight's Federal Credit Union in this letter. Ms. Tammy Papadume, who's the CEO, her objection was that additional traffic would be concerning to her after regular business hours of the credit union. She thought it might disrupt members of her credit union who want to come and withdraw cash from their credit union. But other than that, the premise was inspected again by Davido, and there's nothing that stand in the way of granted.
Okay, Ms. Agent Daffodil, I got one question for you. With it being located on Highway 270, I imagine that's a pretty heavy traffic road.
Yes, it is, and it's right by the 51 junction. You can, if you have there should be a diagram of it. You can see where, it's right by a junction where the main highway junctions off to another highway that goes down to the Magna Coast School.
So that traffic wasn't a concern based on it being on a heavy traffic road already.
I mean, it would always be a concern, but there's a Dollar General across the street from where that business is. So, I mean, it'd be the same as the people coming in and out of the Dollar General.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for the agent or Ms. Tatum? Okay. Oh. Okay. If we do have an opposition, could you please come forward, please? Why don't we put you next to the agent? Agent's out there right here. Yeah. And then, Ms. Tatum, could you mind handing that mic over to her? Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes. Tammy has a few moments on the Lakes Federal Credit Union.
Okay, perfect.
I'll go for a later on.
You're fine. Could you raise your right hand for us, please? And we'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Please feel free to give us your testimony this time.
First of all, we do not want to have a contentious relationship with our neighbors. We've been there a long time. I represent our board of directors and our employees and also the members. There, when we talked about the traffic, the light is one issue. We already have members. If you know, if you went out and looked at the property, both ends of the culverts have been damaged because our members have been rear-ended trying to get into the property already and pushed into the ditches and things like that. It's weekly. We hear the 18-wheelers lock up at that light for people either coming one way or the other. So the intersection is rough. But the other thing that our members, I actually asked my staff members that work there because I work remotely often and I also work at branches. But I have 13 people that work there and I said, what are your concerns? Just lay them out for me and I'll share them. These are the things they talked about primarily was their own safety and also the safety of our members. That branch, if you look at it, we've actually had a contractor say it looks like a funeral home because it's up the hill. So you come up the hill and it's a big older home structure that we turn into a branch. All of the drive-through and then most importantly, the night deposit is on the back side of that branch. So we average about 30 night deposits a week. That's generally cash deposits left in that branch. That's concerning for us. Also, and when you talk about traffic to that branch, we average around 1,800 to 1,900 people visiting that branch a month. So it's not, again, it's just not traffic going back and forth. The activity already already, as they've experienced at the trailer park, which they've been great neighbors. We even adopted their chicken. We named him Fred for a while until all of a sudden it wasn't there anymore. So we've had activity there that isn't, that's better and no longer concerning. What we have now is people that are walking the trailer park, Dollar General. That again is concerning. So we've already upgraded our security equipment, especially for that side of the building, but we're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. So we're not a bank. So everything that we do, all the money we spend is our members' money. It either goes back into the organization or it goes to our members. This is not a capital expense we plan on doing, but we know if we have more traffic and this kind of traffic next door, that we're gonna have to upgrade our security system so we can see more around the entire property than we can at this point. The one, also too, the other thing that one of our employees that arrives at 7 o'clock in the morning, which during the winter is dark, and generally in the winter time, we also have people leaving well after dark, is a concern of people either lingering before or after business hours, not before so much, but after our business hours, because we just made the assumption that we're going to open later than we are. The other thing that I want to mention that some people may not realize is since we're a credit union and not-for-profit financial cooperative, we're not a bank and we don't have traditional cash and check cashing services. I've talked to some of my other colleagues that have had this kind of establishment near them. And they just have a lot of people that we can't transact business for people that are not members. And what they have is people come in with the cash checks or do different kind of cash transactions, either exchange bills, things like that. And they're not members of our credit union. And to us, that's a reputation risk because then somebody has just walked out with a bad experience that we couldn't help to. It's not we don't want to have a contentious relationship with our neighbors, but we're concerned. And if this goes through, we're going to work it out and we'll be the best of neighbors. But we did have concerns.
And I'm not, one question, I'm not familiar with your operation, but it sounds like it's needed in your community, but one question I would have is if there was more traffic coming with the liquor store next door, would it be possible for it to result in you adding more members?
They're already in our potential field of membership, unless they're just seeking to be a member because of that type of transaction, possibly. And we're definitely not saying that we'll turn anybody away. We do have a community charter, but what we run into, and we're also a shared branch, by the way, which credit unions have a network where members of other credit unions can come to our credit union business, unlike what you can see with Regions or US Bank. We reciprocate from one another. So yes, that's a real possibility.
I've got a question. Is this a new location or are you operating with beer and wine now and you want to add liquor to it?
It's the
New location. And this has gone through law enforcement and the city council, I guess.
That's correct.
And no opposition anywhere else?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have a map that shows this?
Don't have a map in the file. So no, I'm sorry, I don't.
I just, you try to get a picture. I had a map to see how.
Imagine two older homes. Ours is the larger of the older home, and it's an older home next to it.
Yeah, and I was concerned about location of the intersection and things like that.
Is there currently a business in that building, or was there?
Not prior to.
No, but there's a building, there's a business right before ours, and then there's a house and then the bank, and then our general across the street. And there's already functioning businesses in that area.
Right, but the building that you're proposed to set up shop in was not a business.
Correct.
Ran.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, a long time ago, ours passed away. We bought the property, some of our property from him, and we extended our property.
So To follow up on Commissioner Berner's question, the city council, if there any type of municipal zoning requirements for all, I don't know if it's in a regulated area for that, you know, going from a single family use to a commercial use. I assume if there are commercial properties all around it, it's probably an overlay district as
Well, I do
well.
have a question. We are annexed into the city of Malvern, and that's just happened in the last few years. I don't know if that property's been annexed into the city or not, and so maybe, is it Rockport or is it not?
It's in neither one,
Okay,
still in the county.
It's
okay.
county property.
Ms. Tatum or your council?
Yes, and I apologize. There was a wreck out there in Benton. It's all I could do to get here. I was 10 minutes late. I'm Chris Longfall, and I represent this state.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Tatum or council, do y'all have a rebuttal or anything you want to say in response to the concerns?
Yes, sir.
Well, he's the attorney, I don't think he can speak for him. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, that's the one complimenting thing that lawyers get, is we don't have to get sworn to tell the truth. We're supposed to do that all the time. Man, y'all all believe that. Thanks. Thank you for allowing us to speak to you this morning. The intersection of what used to be Highway 51 and 270 they've changed the numbers of the highway. Any of you who have gone to Hot Springs by that direction, you've seen there's a new controlled traffic light that has been put there primarily for the benefit of the businesses around there. And at the time it was erected, the credit union was the only one functioning. Now, there have been 2 other businesses put in. There is a drive-through. It's not a coffee shop. It's what is it? Mug shop. It's a drive-through to get a coffee shop. Now, the traffic is not going to change a whole lot on the traffic from Hot Springs area or Jonesville to Malvern, and that's where the stretch is involved. I don't think that we're really talking about interfering with anybody's traffic because there's a 5-lane, 4-lane road there, and there are multiple cars that turn left into the credit union. Is it scary? Sometimes it is. The driveway that goes to the credit union building, that house was a residence years ago. It's steep and it's a little bit narrow, but that's not really the fault of the Ms. Tatum and her folks. It is a difficult place to get in and out of it, and I only argue with her. Yeah, the culverts do look terrible, and I'm sure people have gotten hit because they don't look. There's a hill coming down past the proposed location for Ms. Tatum's liquor store. Not before, but past her. Now, will there generate enough traffic out of her business to really affect that? That's kind of hard to see or say. The highway department has their own depot about less than a quarter mile down the road. They know what their traffic count is. We didn't bring them here, didn't ask that they be brought because I don't think there'll be a significant change of traffic just because of Ms. Tatum's business. There are already more cars out there than we'd like to see if you're trying to, and by the way, I'm a member of the credit union and she's got all my money. It is difficult to turn left to get up the driveway there, but it's that way now. I don't see that there's going to be any significant traffic increase going towards the credit union. It is what it is, as the saying goes. The highway has gotten busier and busier and busier, but it's not because of Ms. Tatum's proposed liquor store. It's because it's just growing. And the general, is that a Dollar General? They got a bunch of folks going there. The foot traffic, if any, is coming from the trailer parks down below the hill that adjoins the credit union. I don't know if they're going to be walking up to the liquor store, but if they do, they're going to have to stay within the highway right away or the shoulder to get there because there's no sidewalks. It's going to be a little bit scary. If I were walking out there, I don't think I'd want to go that way. I'd try to go around behind her backyard.
Exactly.
Now, all that being said, I'm not sure that increases the security interest. I've been in Malvern for dang near 50 years.
And I truly do not recall there ever being a problem with a break-in / theft at the credit union as long as it's been here. And I'll let Tammy speak that, because I don't know. Did you have a break-in? When was that?
I don't know the date right off the top of my head, but more than break-ins, we've had after-hours damage to the property, especially on the backside, and somebody living in the outbuilding behind the credit union. That we've had to address that 2 different times.
Okay, so you had interlopers that moved in behind you. That didn't have anything to do with credit, with the liquor store.
No, it did not.
Ms. Tatum, at the liquor store, do you have outdoor security?
Yes, sir, it's already lit up
No, I
with
mean,
cameras.
like cameras and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Will those cameras be able to be seen at the credit union? So that if there was some illegal activity or some kind of suspicious activity in the back, that the cameras from her store should show maybe what's going on behind your store?
Sure, I mean, there's more than feasible. I mean, there's no problem getting cameras facing toward because I mean, I also need to protect my backyard as well, not just the credit union.
Yeah.
So yes, there should be a 360 camera view all the way around the building.
So that
So it
if
should point.
there was some things happening back in the credit union, you can use the footage or cameras
And that's the way it should be.
from the liquor store to be able to see what kind of activity.
Is that
was
already
causing
in
that.
place for? To be determined?
I mean, there are cameras already on the house, but I don't have a local, I mean, it's not a functioning business yet, so I don't have them all the way around. But putting them up is not a problem. That's going to be in the process anyway.
And that's part of the expense we were talking about.
See, that's why I was asking, because you might be able to use her cameras, reduce your expense.
Right, and that's how businesses should be there, neighbors. We should be able to depend on each other for, hey, did you see what happened? Are you nervous about anything? Just basic communication and just getting to know one another will eliminate a lot of those problems.
I think if you two work together
Right,
and be good neighbors, I think you can make this thing.
And the 360 camera, we have some 360 cameras already that I don't know your security equipment, but we have 3 acres. And just to be able to get a picture of all of that, we would no doubt have to upgrade. And right now, the price I've got on that so far for the unit and 2 cameras is right at $2,000.
What you do in the cameras on where the money is.
Cameras.
They're not stealing grass.
Maybe smoking it.
They're-
Well, that's on further up the street. That's on further up the street. That's all.
Maybe if you guys work together.
but it's no
Make a
problem.
camera where it works over there to save you the 15,000 expense maybe.
Over
That's
there.
sure, yeah, sure, make it. Maybe a shared expense or something.
We have a motion.
Can I ask about access into the property? Is it just a single driveway in and out, or you can put a parking lot?
Oh, we're gonna put it in a parking lot. Yes, ma'am.
Right now, it's just a yard.
You got a lot of construction.
I do, and I'm so excited about it.
I'm assuming agent has, you've seen her plans, you know, you're fine with the plans that Ms. Tatum has.
Yes, sir. They're basically gonna be, using the house and converting it into a liquor store. They're not gonna be building a new structure. They're just gonna redo the inside of the house to be.
But there should be some, there appears, it sounds to me like, since we don't have pictures, that they're gonna have to create parking.
Yes, they'll have to have some money.
And do you have any idea? Was there any plans to show what that parking is?
Not in the paperwork I received.
It's just gonna be great. It's just gonna be great.
Well, we hear that a lot. What in your mind would be a great parking count? Just so, out of curiosity, how many patrons do you anticipate having there, your peak
Well,
times?
hopefully the goal is that's gonna be mostly drive through.
Okay,
So we will have a drive all the way around the house and then have another outlet to come out before the red light. So it's still regulated by the light. And
okay,
then we'll have the front, we'll cut down a few trees in the front and then just asphalt all that. So you have probably about 78 parking places.
Did the city have a requirement of how many spots you needed to
He's
have?
they're in the county.
Yeah, but sometimes you're in the city planning area, the city controls.
It actually was part of Rockport's planning area, and they don't have anything that says that. Rockport and Malvern have bumped heads over the border out there for years.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who gets the revenues when the police officers write the tickets.
So who's responsible as far as enforcement on security of that?
The county technically is, but Rockport has a cooperative agreement with the county, and their police station is just a few moments away. Rockport patrols up to, where they stop at the intersection,
Yeah. I believe
just
that.
where the traffic light is on the east side of the highway is patrolled by Rockport across the highway. The other side up to, and I believe the end is right at the edge of the credit union, is, if you want to call it, Malvern's turn. And the police officers do cooperate out there.
If I can speak to having called 911 in the area. When you call 911, we don't call 911 anymore because we end up getting Garland County. And Garland County will tell you, no, you need to call Hot Spring County. They won't connect you to Hot Spring County. Then Hot Spring County will tell you, well, we'll call Malvern to dispatch. So we have an after hours number for Malvern. So we also call the county and we call the Malvern Police Department if we need somebody. The response, they say they get along, but who's going to show up is a horse of another color on most days.
What's the physical distance between these two businesses? If you had to guess.
I can throw a rock.
It stands for
It's
50.
our employee parking, and we probably own maybe 1/10 of an acre, not much. And it's their property line. We had a tree fall and it fell across their fence.
Got it. 50
It's-
feet?
Yes, that would be the assumption. They would probably have room for a drive-through there, and maybe have a little on the other side, but it would be right up next to our employee parking, which after hours too is an issue because our employee entrance is at the other end of the building. So our employees park there and go to the other end of the building to get in and out.
So your number one concern?
Safety.
I think that's a concern whether you have a store next door or not.
Correct. Increase it.
I don't know which city you go to help address some of your problems.
Talked to Captain Delphi to the Malvern Police Department, and that just the relationship is what it is. We know the numbers to call now. If we need somebody, we just hope not to have to call.
Well, I think, do we have enough for comfortable enough to make a motion at this point?
I've got one last question for, I believe, our agent. So what city council did this go in from then? Malvern? This is in the county.
This one should not, because it's not a private club in a dry county, it should not have to go in front of city council.
Gotcha.
So this would just be through the ABC.
Okay.
City council didn't have to approve it, is what I'm saying.
Don't we usually require diagrams of the facility and things like that?
If there's any question about distance, if it's less than 1,100 feet from school, church, and daycare for retail liquor establishment, we'll ask for a certified survey to be produced. Otherwise, we don't require that. They do have to, as part of the application, submit a floor plan. So that is part of the application. Looking for that now. Would the board be interested in seeing the application?
I'm not really, I'm not interested in the interior floor plan. I think our concern is more aerial view.
I'm concerned about parking availability and then the distance and how to make that security work between the two.
See, normally there would be a building code official that would help regulate this, but if they're in the county, there's no building code official too, that is either regulating even how much parking is there or where the driving comes through.
Yeah, and then law enforcement and security, obviously she just spoke to that. They're sort of like, they're in no man's land, who comes to take care of them? So, and that's,
I'll stipulate, that's exactly right.
and that's gonna be the same problem for the liquor store is if she's got somebody breaking in late at night, well, it's late, not a person's working there, who's gonna respond and how quickly can they respond? Because obviously they have a hard time of who is the one that is gonna respond to the problem.
I think all that's well known though, and Ms. Tatum's been looking at moving forward, assuming the risk, knowing that there is a complicated law enforcement response.
Right, well, I had spoke to our new sheriff, think about her, and he told me just call them. If I have any problems, call them, because I had talked to him about her concerns about the traffic and the safety, and he said, I think it's a great idea, push forward. He said, I back you 100%. If you have any problems, call me. So I think I would depend on the sheriff's department, if they tell me that I have their 100% support.
Members of the board, what we were just, we do have the letter from South Finger Sheriff's Office, and he indicated no objection to this outlet. So local officials have been notified of this application. We did not get any objection from any local officials, but to include Scott Finkenbinder and the sheriffs.
Yeah, so Mr. Berner, just to bring you up to speed, like on, in areas like this, where there might not be a city council, it still gets sent out for public comment from any city officials. And if there is a letter of objection, all that gets noted and usually we'll invite you to come in, but depending on what that objection is, we'll kind of be up to the director's decision if they move it forward or it needs to go in front of the board.
Thank you. So no objections on this then? No, I think we've got officials. Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
What's the board's pleasure? Do we have enough for, make a motion at this point?
In the motion of Katie Tatum, 270 Beer Run and Spirits, I make a motion that we approve this permit based upon the sheriff and his no objections.
Beg your pardon. All of these permits for the new retail liquor stores, ABC admin would request that approval is conditioned upon an ABC final inspection. That, as you hear, they do have some construction to do. So just to make it clear, that their permit is only approved conditional inspection.
Yeah.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Based on conditions of the ABC.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll make a second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Tatum. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in and speaking as well.
In the same right, Chris.
Yeah, you beat me.
I apologize again for being late.
No, we totally fine.
I thought I left an extra hour to get here. It's like getting to the side of the world.
And big excuse.
Yes.
Okay, next liquor store we have, Miss Heidi Doran, with Crosty's Liquor at 2756 Pine Bluff Street in Malvern Retail Liquor Store new. Is it here? Ms. Doran?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have anyone that's planning to speak for or against this liquor store permit? Okay, Ms. Doran, would you like to take a seat? Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the board, this application did come through. The only issue with the application was when the agent went out and measured, it was 1,090 feet from the church. Because that was within the tolerances. We asked Ms. Doran to provide a professional survey to show that distance.
And I have that here.
Make copies, right?
Okay. So that agent that bill is.
Sir, you can keep that copy. I have a copy.
They just had to hand it out on the record to everyone. Any other things that you noticed?
No, sir, I didn't see anything else.
And building right now, is it what's the current use of the property?
It was at a home place.
Okay. So there will also be similar to the previous permittee, a remodel that will be moved forward.
No, sir, it'll be a new bill.
New building?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any plans that have been shared with you at this time?
I haven't submitted them with my application.
Okay.
Yes, with, and
And I assume as part of the new building, there'll be a parking lot.
there will be a parking lot.
Do you fall under, are you in the county as well? Or you're in any city jurisdiction?
No, we're in the county of Pearland.
Okay. When do you plan to start construction?
Well, we will be starting with construction as soon as we have our permit in hand.
Okay.
We've already started taking down trees off from the property, and the city of Perla's fire department's going to have us burn down the house. And we have contractors just waiting for us to have permit in hand to be able to start construction.
When would you like to be open by?
We'd like to be open within 4 months.
Build a building in 4 months from the event? I need to know who your builder is. Members of the board, do we have anything else? Any other questions at this point?
Any opposition?
No opposition from any public officials.
And no one is here in the room to oppose this permit. Okay.
So this is not in town, it's out in the county.
Yes, it's in the permit.
I don't have any further questions. If no one else does, we can entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that, in the case of Heidi Dorn, in Pine Bluff Street Mountain Retail Liquor, that as long as she, covers everything the agent needs to see before she opens up everything that's on her permit, we grant the permit,
Subject to a final inspection.
subject to final inspection.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Dorn.
Thank you very much.
As we've done all these cases, I had a former board member who used to say, be sure and pay your taxes on time. Don't sell to minors, don't sell to intoxicated people.
All right.
And congratulations.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
We had a former board member. He'd tell that to every person who came through, so thought it was appropriate.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have. That was right. You told me that. Okay. Is it Nor? Kenor. Okay. Cynthia Kenor, Twisted Spur Liquor at 187 Twisted Spur Road in Malvern, Retail Liquor Store New. Miss Cynthia, are you here?
Yep.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do we have anyone that is here to oppose the Twisted Spur Liquor Store here today? Okay, and Ms. Cynthia, who's the gentleman with you?
Carl Schultz.
Okay, so, could both of y'all please raise your right hand for us? Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
With this application for retail liquor store, there were two issues. One, we're going to need a survey to determine the distance from the church. And then there were also two objections by members of the community. Public officials did not return any objection. However, there were two objections from neighbors. One is C.C. McDonald, whose address is 26439 Highway 84. Wrote a handwritten objection, basically concerning crime and the increase in traffic. It stated that he's 84 years old and lives alone, and that in addition, or this addition would create a concern for him. There was also an email, or I'm sorry, another letter that was received by Melvin and Juanita Bradford, who live at 25253 Highway 84. Their response was that they were strongly against it. They live a mile west of the location. They do not want to have this open. We are in our 80s, and we take the opportunity to make a comment. Those were the two objections that we received.
And on your property, is it a new structure you're planning on building, or rehabilitating a new existing structure?
A new structure.
And are you in any type of overlay district or city jurisdiction?
Specifically the county.
Okay. And you're looking to start construction upon receipt of a approval here?
Yes, sir.
And when would you like to be open by?
As soon as possible.
And I think everyone would have that answer. I don't have any other comments on my side. Does anyone have any other members of the board?
Your entrance in and out of that property, is that going to be off of Twisted Spur Road, or is that going to be off of Highway?
Twisted Spur Road is off of Highway 84, and then we'll turn in on Twisted Spur Road, and then there'll be a parking lot to the
So
left.
you're going to turn into your place off of Twisted Spur Road.
Yes, sir.
That'd be a lot safer. So.
Yes, sir.
What are the surrounding, your neighbors on either side? Is it commercial, retail? Is it homes? What's around you?
We own the two neighboring properties next to us, so that area altogether is just a little over 500 acres. And then it is about 2,000 feet down to the next business or church.
Okay. So you own the surrounding around your proposed liquor store 500 acres?
Yes, sir.
I think you would have a concern of disrupting your neighbors, hopefully then with that.
No, sir.
Agent, there was nothing that else that stood out to you, or y'all were good with it?
No, sir, I didn't see any problem with location as far as traffic.
Okay.
Make a motion that Cynthia Court, the Twisted Spur Liquor, 187 Twisted Spur Road, Malvern. It's been permitted.
Subject to a final.
Yeah, subject to final inspection.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Kenor. Please pay your taxes on time. All minors and what's the other?
Top state.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Okay. Our next liquor store we have is, our permittee is Mr. Daniel Dinkins Senior at Dink's Liquor Store at 8600 Highway 71 South in Granite. Retail liquor store new. Mr. Dinkins, thank you for coming in. Do we have anyone in the room here today or in favor or opposition for this store or permittee? Okay. That being the case, then just Mr. Dinkins, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. I'm gonna move that mic so I can hear you. Okay. You know, the ABC is 5 minutes.
So this is the first of the applications for Polk County and Mena. These were investigated by Agent John Ferguson. With this particular application, the only issue was the location the distance between the location and the church. And we asked Mr. Dinkins to provide a survey. I don't know, which is me to ask that now.
And the minimum distance is 1,000 feet,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
you're about 81 feet. Where you're going, is it tell us a little bit about your store. Is it an existing structure, you're building a new structure?
It's existing.
Okay,
It's no convenience store.
okay. So there's an existing parking lot.
Yes.
And do you fall under like a city council or planning commission in the city of Grandis? Okay, so there's no,
No, because I talked to the mayor and he said, go for it.
okay. What changes do you plan, if any, to make to the structure before opening?
I just cleaned it up, remodeling.
Okay. And looking to get started, I assume as soon as we get permit in place. Is there building permits required in where you're at?
Oh, there is, but I don't have to have, everything's built, part of the building itself, I just inside remodeling.
Okay. Agent, was there anything, with, as part of your inspection or conversations with them that stood out and you feel comfortable moving forward?
I mean, he met all the criteria. Like I said, there was an issue with, I measured with a roller wheel from his property line to the actual church property line. I came up with 1,095. Chief of police for Grants was there with me because the police department actually sits on the property line of the church. And he was aware of the property line. So that's the only issue.
Okay. And do we have any objections or any complaints?
No objections on this application.
Okay. Yeah. What's the board's pleasure? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion in the case of Daniel Dinkins, Dink's Liquor in Grandis, that we approve his permit based upon final inspection.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Dinkins. Please pay your taxes. Don't serve the minors and intoxicated patrons. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have one final liquor store application today. Mr. Richard Campbell, Poco's Beer, Wine, and Spirits at 900 Highway 71 North in Mena, retail liquor store new. Do we have anyone in the audience that's here to speak in favor or against this permit? Mr. Campbell, you got another gentleman with you?
This is my son, Derek Campbell.
Nice to meet you, Derek. You all can both raise your right hand for me. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and help you God? Okay, thank you.
Yes, this application was complete. There are no objections to the application. There was one objection from a member who was part of the drawing for the liquor licenses here today. I believe those were all procedural. They had nothing to do with this permit today. And I don't believe Mr. Walter Williams is here. Is Mr. Walter Williams here?
Okay. Mr. Campbell, both Mr. Campbell's, tell us a little bit about is it a new structure or existing?
It's an existing structure. It's primary years ago, it was a bank and then pediatrics building, on the corner of 71 there, tomorrow. It's a smaller building. We're going to have about 30, or about 40 more foot to it. Remodel it. It's going to be a nice addition. A good landscape. It's going to look very pleasing to the community.
I assume being a pediatric facility, it's got a parking lot attached to it.
Yes, sir. It's got a vacant lot on the, be on the east end of it. Put a coffee shop on that, so it's gonna be we can kind of structure the parking to suit how we need to for get traffic in and out, so, for both locations. So,
And do you own the property, both properties?
those could be a long-term lease on the property.
Do you fall under any city municipal jurisdiction, city council planning?
Not to worry.
Okay. And we had no public objections from any city officials?
That's correct. No objections.
Okay. Thank you. There was nothing that jumped out to you? When are you looking to be open by?
Well, I hope by this fall, the time we get our permit, start revamping the building, adding on to it, going vertical, horizontal, and we'll take a look at it by this fall, so.
Okay. Any other questions on the board? If not, I guess can we, board's clerk have a motion? You've been quiet over here. Yeah.
In the matter of Richard Campbell, Poco's Beer, Wine and Spirits. I make a motion that we approve this permit based upon final inspection.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. and Mr. Campbell. Please pay your taxes and don't serve the minors or intoxicated patrons. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Take a short recess.
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-10 minute recess before our final hearing? At this point, I'll pause the meeting. Okay. Okay. We're in the, I said the fourth quarter, but it might be the second quarter here today. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Next on our agenda is we have Pamela Bowen with the Blue Dane Winery at 214 Riverview Road in Morrilton. Small farm wine manufacturing, wholesale, retail beer on premise, and restaurant wine. New permit was refused on April 20th, 2023. The Conway County Sheriff objects and the Mayor Opolo rejects. Petitions bearing 49 signatures from area residents in opposition. My guess is that being the last day, everyone here is probably for this hearing. So just a few things to kind of say on the front end. Thank you all for coming out here today, either opposition or in support. A couple things that we want to do just to make this not go until 5 o'clock today. Anyone that is going to be speaking either in support or opposition, we'll bring you up here one at a time when the time is right. We'll probably go ahead and swear everyone in at once right here in the front end, but we are going to limit any person speaking in support or opposition to 5 minutes. And we're also going to ask that anyone that comes up here and speaks, it needs to be providing another point of view or additional facts that have not already been brought forward by someone that has spoken prior to you. So we don't, it looks like we have almost 10 people speaking in opposition. And it looks like just looking at the addresses, that all in a similar neighborhood to where this location's at. We don't need 10 people coming up saying that we don't want to, the line, or we just don't want a line or a liquor operation down the street from us. There needs to be facts of what's your perspective that is different than something that's been given prior to. We can see by everyone being out here and seeing the list of people in opposition that there's clearly people feel a strong way towards this application. We don't need to hear the same story multiple times in a row. So we welcome everyone to come up here and speak. We just want to hear a different perspective if there is one that has been given to us at that point in time, so that we can give an accurate ruling up here. With that, why don't we have anyone that is planning on speaking in support or opposition, as well as Ms. Bowen, if you could all raise your right hands at this time. Okay. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. At this point, I'll hand it over to Chip.
Thanks, sir. Members of the board, I had submitted a evidence packet, so I will ask that this be submitted to the board into evidence at this time. As the packet demonstrates, the first thing we have is the director's decision dated April 20, 2023, and the decision is before you. You can see the essence of it is this permit was denied on the basis of public convenience and advantage. We had objections from county sheriff, mayor, as well as a position of 49 signatures. So that was the basis for the denial. Also, we have Agent Martin Kelly here to testify about his inspection of this premise. So if it please the board, first, I guess I should ask, will the board accept our exhibit packet?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. With that in mind, I'd like to ask Martin Kelly to testify briefly about his inspection.
Okay.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Marvin Kelly,
And where are you employed, sir?
with Alcoholic Beverage Control.
And there was a report that was submitted to us for Blue Dane Winery, indicating that you did an inspection there back on February, I think, 27th this year. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell us what prompted you to go out there? What were you looking for, and kind of give the board an idea of what you were able to, what you found?
It was an initial application investigation for a small farm winery. It was a manufacturing permit. It was also for retail beer on premises for a restaurant. It was in the very initial stages of construction. It was an old house that was being remodeled for a restaurant and a winery. There was very little that could actually be inspected at that point because it was in such early stages. I reviewed their application, took a photograph of the notice that was posted as required by the board. Just took a few initial pictures and that type of thing, and concluded that, letting them know that they would need to have a final inspection once their construction had been completed.
Was there anything from your inspection that led you to feel like this would not be an appropriate permit or any problems that were noted?
No, it was in a wet county, rural area, rural part of the county. It was not in city limits, in a subdivision type neighborhood or anything like that. So,
Members of the board, any questions for the agent? Council, any questions?
I just have one question, and was it your understanding this is in Morrilton, not Apollo?
it was my understanding that it was in the county.
Yeah.
Anything for Agent Kelly? No? With the board's pleasure, be to hear from the applicant and then opposition. All right, I'll turn it over.
Hi, I'm Kara Butler, and I'm Miss Bowen's attorney, and I have 2 packets to pass out if you don't mind me admitting these evidence.
That'd be fine. And what was your last name again?
Butler.
Butler.
And as you'll see, one of these is just the application itself, in case you have any questions about the application. It has a diagram of the proposed structure. And then the other packet has a couple of maps just to show kind of, in relation to where this is. This is kind of close to Pettigee Mountain. You're kind of coming off the interstate from Morrilton headed to Pettigee. It's on that road. There's a map in here that shows where there's a couple of there's a winery close by to this, and there's also an Anheuser-Busch manufacturing company right there, and then there's also a brewery that's close. So there are liquor permits in the area, and then there's also a map in here that shows the distance between the church and the winery, just to kind of give you a little bit of a better picture of that. I think what we'll do now, if it's okay with you, is I'm going to ask Ms. Bowen some questions, just so y'all can kind of get an idea of.
Can you give us just a moment?
Yeah, of course.
Receive some of that information so we can look at it.
While that's being pulled out, you mentioned a proposed premise. I think it was mentioned by someone that it might have, has construction already started at this point, or?
We did have a contractor start with some other construction on the outside. The house was a very dilapidated, abandoned house that had been taken over by a bank. Someone bought it last June. We bought it from her in August. There was severe termite damage to one of the rooms. The roof leaked. It had to be replaced. And so we started sort of cosmetic on the outside first, because it had to be able where we could get it in the dry before we would do anything on the inside.
Okay.
And you'll see, I think there are photos, and they're not very good in the application itself, but we do have one photo of the property as is currently, and this one I don't think y'all have it yet, but it'll be the last photo to kind of show you where the construction is at this point and see the progress that has been made.
You want to proceed with the question?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you just please introduce yourself to the board.
Yes, my name is Tamara Butler.
And who's your husband?
Steve Butler.
You point him out.
He's right there.
And what was your occupation before you decided to?
I'm a retired pharmacist.
Now, I understand that you're not from Morrilton, so where do you live?
We live in Bologna right now. We've been there since 2015.
Have you always lived in Arkansas, this area?
I've been in Arkansas, especially central Arkansas, since I was an adult. My dad moved to Arkansas when I was a teenager.
And how close is your property in Bologna to the property that's in Morrilton?
Straight line distance, it's, I thought it was 34.6 miles, but there was a piece of paper that said 34.3 miles, so it's less than the 35 miles it's required.
So let's talk about your winery. So where did you get the idea to open up a winery?
my husband always wanted to have a vineyard, so we planted our vineyard in Bologna, on our property where we live. And the vineyard is doing fantastic. So about 5 years ago, 4 to 5 years ago, we thought, what are we gonna do with all of these grapes? And we decided we wanted to open a winery. We started looking around at properties. We looked in North Little Rock, Little Rock, we looked in Scott. Little Rock and North Little Rock have a pretty high crime rate, and we didn't feel safe in the areas that we looked at. So we just about given up, and a friend of ours found this property.
And is this property in Morrilton or Apollo, and can you state the specific address?
The address is 214 Riverview Road. It is a Morrilton address. Before we bought the property, I called Morrilton and confirmed, and they said, yes, it is Morrilton, it's not Apollo. You're in the rural county, so there aren't any codes or building restrictions as far as what we're gonna do with it. And I called Apollo, and Apollo, the person out there, the city clerk, also confirmed it has not been annexed into Apollo. So we are Morrilton and we're not Apollo.
Now, it's my understanding that this property is close to Pettigene, so can you kind of describe the location itself?
Yes, there's probably a couple of ways to get to Pettigene from where our property is located. You don't have to drive on Riverview Road to go back to Highway 9. You can actually cut through to get to Highway 154, which will take a person all the way to Pettigene. So we're about 13 miles from Pettigene, about 20 minutes from Pettigene Mountain.
Would you say it's part of the area where visitors travel?
Oh, yes, we had I'm gonna call it a traffic survey. I'm not really sure. UNLR did it for me. And the Small Business Administration at UNLR said on Highway 9, which Riverview Road comes off of Highway 9, they said the average traffic on Highway 9 is 5,000 to 8,000 cars a day because Pettigene attracts a lot of tourist traffic. Pettigene has maybe 800,000 people a year that visit Pettigene Mountain. They had a car show last week and they were expecting 100,000 people at Pettigene last weekend for their car show.
So just to be clear, you have Highway 9 and you would turn off onto Riverview Road, so there would not be people turning just straight off of Highway 9, correct?
Right. We're 1/2 mile down Riverview Road.
What surrounds the property? Is it residents, businesses?
When you first drive down Riverview Road, there are some houses scattered along. There's also a couple of businesses on Riverview Road. Charlie's Hidden Cove, he has like a fishing guide is on it. There's another business that has dog kennels and dog boarding. And so it's not just houses. Our next door neighbor sells eggs and chickens. And our next door neighbor did say that he's fine with having a winery next door to him. And another neighbor that is sort of, our two closest neighbors have both said that they're fine. They sent us text messages this morning saying that they were fine with it. I can read you the text messages, but.
And then what steps, obviously security is important to you, so what steps are you taking to secure the property itself?
Well, once we get the building built, we will have cameras that surround the outside. So we will have cameras that will be on the parking lot, cameras that will surround the entire outside, and an internal security system inside, as well as security that will be in the basement. The house has a basement, which right now that's where the wine would be made. And when we're closed, we'll have gates that come down to close the driveway. And there's also a driveway at the back of the house, so we'll have a gate that comes down to close off both of the driveways when we're closed.
Now let's talk about kind of the area itself. Are there other places that serve wine, beer in the area?
Well, Movie House Winery is 3.8 miles from us, and they make wine and they also serve beer. I saw a sign that they listed Lost 40 was one of the beers that they serve there. And they have food, some food. There is a Point Winery and Point Remove Brewery, and they're in the same building, and they're 5.5 miles from us. But I think quite a few of the restaurants in Morrilton, when you come off the interstate, Harding is one of the main roads that goes through there. There's quite a few restaurants in that area that also serve alcohol. And there's, I think, 3 liquor stores from when you get off of the interstate and come down to Riverview Road, you'll pass 3 liquor stores along the way and the Anheuser-Busch plant.
And is there anywhere around Pettigene that serves alcohol?
Mathers Lodge serves, they used to just serve beer and wine, but now they also serve alcohol mixed drinks.
And I don't want to take up too much time, but will you just kind of describe the wine trail and how that might be helpful to both your business and tourism in Arkansas?
Yes, exit 108 off of Interstate 40 has got a sign that says Arkansas Wine Trail. So when you take exit 108 and it directs you to come back over the interstate there, and there's a couple of signs as you drive on Highway 9 that mention that you're on Arkansas Wine Trail. And the one, right now, there's just the Movie House Winery that's got a placard below that when you exit the interstate. But we're hopeful that ours would also be added to that. And then I don't know why Point Winery has not had theirs added yet because they're already up and going. But one more winery in the area will just help bring more tourism to the other two wineries as well. Tourists like to visit more than one winery when they want to go and get the winery experience. And so I think it would be helpful to the other two wineries to have our winery as well.
Now, I know that your permit has been denied, but let's pretend it gets approved. What would your hours of operation be? Would you be closed in days?
Well, we're not open on Sundays. Our plans were to be open from Tuesday through Saturday and either 11 in the morning till 8 or noon until 8. We were going to choose noon until 8, and we were talking to someone and they suggested opening at 11 since we would have pizzas, warm sandwiches, soup salads, some different easy to fix foods there. They said some other people might want to come by for lunch in the area because you have to drive all the way back to town unless you eat at the gas station that's kind of close.
So it's correct that that even if you didn't drink alcohol, you could go to your establishment for a meal or
Yes.
lunch?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about your application. Oh, and then one other question. So what would you do to prevent over service?
Our plan is for all of our employees, once we hire employees, to go through the ABC training so that they would know how to recognize an intoxicated person, et cetera. So we want all of them to have the certificate that shows that they've gone through the training.
Now, I know you mentioned that you had several neighbors express support. Has anyone, other than obviously the submitted opposition, has anyone reached out to you personally to discuss issues with your property?
Issues or problems? No. We had quite a few people come by. They would see us out there working, clearing. We've been down in trees, mowing the field and getting it all cleaned up. And quite a few people came by and they were excited that somebody was finally cleaning this place up because it was abandoned, it was falling down, it was in really, really sad shape. One neighbor told us that there were squatters, that's what he called them. He said that at one point there were squatters that were living there, and our contractor told us that they found some kind of evidence down in the basement behind the stairs where it looked like there was some kind of satanic altar where things were going on. And I'm like, okay, well, that's just crazy. I don't want to go down there until all that's cleaned up. So everybody that came by and talked to us seemed very excited, and we didn't hide anything. We told everybody that we were putting in Blue Dane Winery.
And finally, quickly, let's talk about the opposition letters. So of course, one is the distance to the church. What is your understanding of how close your establishment is to the church and the school?
It's a half mile. We checked it before we bought it. And if you look at a map and put in the address for either the school or the church and then our address, it will show you the half mile. You can't see the church or the school from our place. There is a hill. We're on the downhill side of it, but the peak of the hill is about 400 or 410 feet from our driveway. So they can't see our winery and we can't see their church or their school.
So the only way that a member of the church would see it is by driving by.
Yes, you could drive by, or if somebody didn't want to drive by, there's a road that is by the church so they can actually go behind us and come out on the other side of us. Because there's other roads that come off of Riverview Road.
So they could avoid the winery altogether.
Yes, if somebody wanted to avoid it, they could avoid driving in front of our area.
Okay, and I also want to just discuss traffic concerns. So I know that in the opposition letter, it talks about your property being on a top of a hill, which could be, an issue turning in and out. Can you describe how that actually is set?
We're actually on the downhill side as far like the church. If I'm facing Riverview Road, the church would be to my left, and we're on the downhill side of that hill. So like I said before, it's about 400 or 410 feet from our driveway to that hill. The hill is actually on somebody else's property. And so stopping wise, there's plenty of space for a car that's coming over that hill to be able to see that driveway. That's the original driveway. as far as I know, we haven't moved the driveway. But everybody along that road has either got another road coming out to turn on to Riverview Road, or they're pulling out of their driveway. So it's a very quiet area. That was one reason why we liked it. It's very quiet, it's very peaceful. There's not a lot of traffic. And so there's enough space for someone if they top that hill. And the speed limit along that road is 35 miles an hour. So nobody is really gunning it and speeding. So when they top that hill, they've got more than enough distance to stop.
And finally, police patrol. So what is your understanding of police in that area? And have you ever met any of the police in the area?
A policeman from Aquila actually stopped by last week, I think it was. We were out cleaning up old building material that had been left outside. And we had downed several trees to make it easier to see the road. If we're pulling out, we had chopped down a bush that was right there in our way. And so we were out cleaning up all this stuff. And a police car pulled in and I didn't see him. My husband was talking to him and I went walking over there, shot him around. And when he got ready to leave, we told him, building a winery, we're hoping to get it approved and all that. And I said, why did you stop? And he said, oh, I just saw this activity. I just wanted to make sure everybody was okay and make sure nobody was stealing nothing. I thought, thank you for stopping by. So I thought that was great. He was just looking out for us. And I thought, well, that is fantastic.
And is there anything that we haven't covered that you want to address about your property?
Not that I can think of, but we're not looking to be just a, honky tonk bar. A winery is just a different kind of experience. It's just we're planning something very quiet, very laid back, cozy, comfy chairs for people just to sit and relax and reconnect with family and friends. We're not looking for some big loud honky tonk operation. That's not us.
That's all we have. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Bowen?
I can ask one. Ms. Bowen? Quick question for you. So you have a vineyard currently at your home address in Bologna?
Yes.
Okay. And your plan would be, if the board grants your application, that you would bring those grapes to this location and then you would manufacture wine at this location?
Yes.
You would not be manufacturing wine in Bologna?
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
How many acres do you have there?
At Morrilton, it's 7 acres. We were going to also plant a small vineyard there. We've been clearing part of the field and getting rid of these extra trees that were in the field. So we're going to plant a vineyard there as well.
I have kind of a two-part question. They're both connected, but clearly I'm sure you're aware there is a strong opposition to this location and this operation at this premise. So my first question would be is, if the board was to uphold the director's decision, what would be your plans for the property if the permit was not to move forward at this time? Because if the permit is denied today, unless circumstances change, it would be 1 year before you could reapply. So question would be, what would your intent be with the property? And also knowing that this permit was originally denied and the strong opposition, one kind of high-level question is, once the outside have already bought the property, what's the your biggest reasons for not looking for another location? Because it's hard to do business in any community if you don't have the support of a community around you. So I'm just curious on those two things.
Okay, so if we are not approved, then the house originally, when we purchased it, even though it was severely damaged, was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. So if we are not approved for a winery, then we will finish that remodel on the inside as a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. And we'll either rent it through Airbnb or VRBO, or rent it out as a venue, like wedding venue. There are a number of people that like to rent properties and have weddings, and we do have a large deck that's around it. So we would probably rent it out like that to try and recoup some of the money that we've spent. And then what was your second
The
question?
second question was, with there being the strong opposition, the desire for wanting to try to push through in this area on this specific property, as opposed to maybe looking for another piece that might have lower opposition to the winery location?
Because of the rules and regulations that restrict, we have to be within 35 miles of our house, the distance for a church, the distance for a school. For the past 4 or 5 years, we haven't been able to find another location that was suitable. Little Rock has got high crime, North Little Rock has got high crime. They seem to be getting worse. We're hearing about shootings at McCain Mall, for heaven's sakes. And I used to think that was a very safe area. My husband won't even let me drive on McCain anymore. He's like, no, there's shootings there. So it's really hard for us to find a place. We wanted a place that was very quiet. That's the way we are. We're just very quiet. We didn't want anything that was at all dangerous or in an area that could be perceived as dangerous. I think anybody that would come to the winery, it would be looking for the same thing. They're not coming there looking for just a bar to go drinking. They just wanted to come and see wine being made or just relax, have some different wines that they can't get elsewhere in Arkansas. Our friend found this property for us. He buys properties, fixes houses, sells them, builds houses, sells them, that kind of thing. So he had other resources for being able to find properties. It wasn't even for sale when he found it. And he called the woman. She had bought it at an auction. She lives out of state, and she had bought it at an auction and decided it was going to cost way too much. It was far too damaged for her to make any money when she fixed it to flip it. And so when a friend called her and she was interested in selling it. So that's how we even found it. But no, if it's not approved today, then we haven't been able to find any other location so far, and we've been looking since 2018.
Thank you. Anyone else from the board? Chip, anything else?
ABC has nothing further. Of course, there are people who have signed up to speak in support and opposition, so I'll defer to the board's pleasure if you want to hear from the persons in support or the people in opposition first.
Why don't we start with the opposition first?
All right.
And how do we want to call them? Is it just first in order on the list?
Yeah, if it sounds all right, I'll start at the top and we'll go down to, some folks may, as you've seen before, they may say, my position's already been stated, but I am here. So let me start with Joshua Young. Mr. Young?
And you don't move the mic
I'll
over.
My name is Josh Young. I'm the mayor of Apollo, and I'm also the associate pastor of the church, principal of the school. I live there in the community.
You're a busy guy.
Do what?
You're a busy guy.
Yeah, at times. I've lived there in the community for 5 years. The other 25 years of my life, I lived just a mile down the road. And I will say this, Morrilton and Apollo both have the same zip code, so that kind of sometimes causes confusion. The property is not in the city limits of Apollo, but it is just right beside it. The house just to the east is in the city limits, and everything on that side of the road all the way down Highway 9 is, and down south. There are plans to try to annex some of that into the city within the next year or two. And so it is a residential area. There may have been 2 or 3 people that were not opposed to this, but the majority of folks that live down the road are. In fact, I think we've got another petition with some additional signatures on it, some letters. One being from a property owner next door that is in strong opposition to it because he planned to build a house there in the future on the property. And so from the aspect of the church and school, I know that it's farther than 1,000 feet. However, that's a dead end road. The house, the property is very close to the road. There will be students going to and from school at that, while they're open. They mentioned the hill. That is a major concern for us. The speed limit is 35, but nobody drives 35 down that road. Most people drive a lot faster than that. And like I said, me and most folks that are here to oppose this have been around there for many, many years. And And I will say that, you know, as far as police patrol, Apollo just has part-time officers. We have more officers right now than we had a few months ago, but I still don't think it'd be adequate. And that property being actually in the county would not technically be in our jurisdiction. And for the county to respond to something at times could take a little while. As far as the traffic, the road is not very heavily traveled right now. I think something like that would add to the traffic. They mentioned the cutoff road between Riverview Road and 154. That's going through a residential area, and all that is in the city. So if you get people going through there, that's going to create more traffic. The speed limit is 25 down that road. Most people don't do 25 down that road. It's a problem. And so I think that would add to the problem. Let's see if there was anything else I was going to mention there. Like I said, most of the people around in the area they're opposed to it, just because I think it would affect, you know, just a quiet, you know, way of life. I know something like what you described may not sound like it would really disrupt things, but I believe it would.
Mr. Mayor, does this property fall under like an overlay district that's regulated by you all or Morrilton, or is it in like in some of these other liquor stores like no man's?
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that, because there was something I was going to say about that too. All of the establishments that had permits to sell alcohol are across the river bridge. So that's always kind of been a dividing line for the sale of alcohol. I know we're in Webb County and stuff, but every permit that somebody's applied for south of the river has always been denied. And so that's kind of been a precedent that's been set over time. People there just don't want it being sold there. Even people that are not opposed to the sale and use of alcohol signed a petition against it being sold over there.
Are you opposed to alcohol in general?
As a pastor, yes. But like I said, from a public official standpoint, I would still be opposed to this being put in that location.
So if this is a country restaurant that did not serve liquor, this is a country restaurant that did not serve liquor, would you be opposed to it?
Concerning the traffic and all of the safety there, I probably would be, just from where it's at.
Do you know how many patrons a day you would expect?
Hard to say. From our business plan, we were hoping that we might have 20 people a day over the course of, 8 hours.
Okay.
So as, to follow up on this question, as the mayor, would there be anywhere on the other side of the river, as you stated, that you would not be in opposition to?
Just selling alcohol?
Yeah.
I don't believe it would be, just knowing the fact that the people in the area don't want it sold there.
Okay.
To just represent the people that are around there. And knowing what, the last times that stores or places apply for permits and how much it's been opposed.
Any further questions? Do you have anything you would like to ask?
I have a few questions. So when you talk about the line on the river, is that just kind of your informal?
Well, yes, and that is, like I said, that's just always been kind of the precedent that's been set, that every convenience store outlet that is applied. In fact, there is a convenience store just right across the river bridge that is applied at least once, maybe more, and they were denied because of the opposition from that area.
You say you'd be opposed to a restaurant there, but what business would you not be opposed to?
I would pretty much be opposed to any business that's going to create extra traffic in that residential area.
And are there other businesses in that area? I know she had mentioned a couple that were right in that area.
Not down Riverview Road.
It's the Charlie's.
Well, Charlie's Head Harbor's way down to the very end, and I don't think he even really does anything much anymore.
Okay, but it is.
But it's still there.
Dog kennel.
Yeah, there is a dog kennel business back on further past the school and stuff, but it does not, they do more transporting than anything else.
Mr. Young, how many students are in that school?
I believe for next year, we've got around 16 to 20, hopefully.
What grade is that, sir?
K-4 to 12.
Okay. Is that a public school? Or is that part of the church?
It's part of the church. Christian school is part of our church.
Okay.
One follow-up question. Your church, do you know about how many attend?
Usually on Sunday morning between 40 and 50. And there was mentioned the other roads that you could use to detour this location. The main one by the church and schools, a gravel road that goes back behind where trailer park is. That area is not a real good area to be traveling in at times. It's been known for being a problem. It would be an inconvenience for people to travel all the way around that to avoid something that's coming in like that.
Well, if we don't have any other questions for Mr. Pastor Young, or Principal Young, or Mayor Young.
What do you want?
Thank you for taking the time to come down here. This time we'll excuse you and have the next person on the list. Would that be Bailey Young?
I don't think she's going to speak. That's why.
Okay, well, we'll note that who's here in opposition. Is it Annetta Martin?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll have to get you on the recording, yes, ma'am.
Hello, Ms. Martin. Did you swear in earlier? Did you swear in earlier?
I did not.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. Please feel free to give us your testimony.
My husband and I moved here from Kansas, Wichita, Kansas. And one of the reasons we picked Buffalo was because it had no crime. We didn't have no alcohol. And just look at the city system. You get not saying that you're going to be a honky tonk, but once you get a liquor license, down here on this block, you'll have enough. And over there, you'll have enough. And before you know it, you'll be in a small town. And I'm afraid of that. I mean, I really wanted to raise my children in a safe community. So I brought my kids to Arkansas in a small town to avoid all that. And I think that our children people needs to have a safe place that they can go. Not that they would be, but it opens the door. And am I not right? Well, I can't answer you questions. But, I just feel like that the city of Buffalo has worked so hard to keep us out of power. So we can have a safe place.
Any questions, Ms. Martin? Jeff, do you have any?
Just real quick, is it Annetta Martin?
Annetta.
Nice. And is your objection on the basis of it having an alcohol permit, or is there an objection generally to any business moving into this location?
No, I don't want alcohol. I mean, I'm 2 doors down. And I just like get back into it. Like that.
Are you aware that there is another winery about 3 miles
Yes, I am.
down the road?
And that's cross.
Okay, and then there's other liquor permits also. And I understand that we're making a distinction based on the road, but there are other establishments in the area.
No.
Okay, but in Morrilton.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's why I didn't mention that.
Well, at this time, unless anyone has any other questions,
Was public notice given to Morrilton officials too?
No, sir, and this would have gone to Conway County officials, so we got the objection did come in from Mr. Young envelope, but we did also get an objection from the Conway County Sheriff as well.
Gotcha. Is he here today too? Will he be speaking? Okay. Okay, we'll wait.
Thank you, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a bill, partner, I believe. She said enough for me. All right, thank you. Have a Lonnie, all right.
I'm here in opposition.
Okay. Would you like to add anything or?
No, I just want our community to be safe for our kids.
How about Neela Bailey?
I'm not speaking.
Okay. Can I get an opportunity?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Let's see. I think it's a Janine Lyons?
Gloria.
Gloria, sorry.
I'm not speaking today,
Dave said you would already. Mike Atkinson. Mr. Atkinson, were you sworn in already? Yes. Thanks, sir. We'd like to let the board know your.
Yes. I've got some petition letters from different individuals that I would like to present to the board.
We have 3 pages of.
This is additional that's been.
This is
Yeah, it extends in. But I'll put 12 signatures. Along with letters from individuals that live in the community. And those letters are, they're sorted out, one on top is original and one for each board.
Thank you.
Ready to admit this? So Chip, does this need to be admitted as opposition exhibit 1?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, I'm Mike Atkinson. I've been a resident of the community for 45 of the past 50 years. My family has roots that go back to that area to 1870s, longtime members of the community. I moved in when I was 19 years old. I moved from across the river in Marlton or east of Marlton, where there was alcohol sales were inbounded. I saw the problem with it, everything that happened with it. When I moved to Riverview, it was a nice, quiet, peaceful community, as Mrs. Bowen has stated. I like that. I had plans to move somewhere else, and in 1981, it was a big year for me. I was 27 years old through a series of events that I decided Riverview would be the place that I wanted to live the rest of my life, because it was just a nice, quiet community, no crime, very few problems, people got along with each other. And so through that, I became a member of Riverview Baptist Church. I've now the pastor, been associated with that church for 42 years. I've been pastor for almost 26 years, been involved with the Christian school that our church has, been there 37 years, working through the ministries of that school. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about is the safety of people going up and down the road. I appreciate the fact that the Bowens have bought the property. They've done extensive work on remodeling it and certainly improved the place and the cutting down of the trees, all that has helped. But they're on a hill, and so this hill is a major concern with vehicles traveling. Let me just say this. Riverview Road is about 3 miles from the Arkansas River Bridge south of Marlton. When you get to Riverview Road, you turn right. If you're going south, the road is 1.5 miles long. Our church and school properties are 0.9 of a mile from Highway 9. So we're 0.4 of a mile from where the Bowens property is at, where they're seeking a permit. I know that's further than the 1,000 feet, so that's not the issue. But, you know, the concern is people traveling over that hill. You know, for a long time, nobody knew what speed limit was.
having lived there a long time, it was 55 miles an hour. So it is 35 miles per hour, but very few people travel that. There's very little law enforcement there to see that that's taken care of. I've been on the south side of Conway County. The most part of Conway County is toward the Arkansas River, and I think if the ones here with the Sheriff's Department, most of the law enforcement for Conway County Sheriff's Department is spent on the north side of the river. They do come to the south side, but it's not as on the north side. So my concern is big delivery trucks making deliveries. Issue is not with vehicles driving in and out of the drive. There's a small drive that's marked as delivery for trucks. If there's any big trucks, tractor trailer rigs, it's going to be really hard to get those rigs down that driveway to get to where deliveries are made. They're either going to have to go down the road somewhere, turn around. I don't want my church parking lot. I don't want my parking lot torn up with heavy trucks, especially in the hot summertime. Turning sharp to get turned around. If they don't go down the road to turn around, they're going to have to back up a ways to get where they turn around. If they can get in, it's still going to be a problem getting in and out. It's going to take a little bit of slowing down maneuver. Somebody's coming over that hill. Who knows what's going to happen? And so I'm concerned about the hill for safety reasons. I'm opposed to the alcohol. I've been opposed to it all my life. I've had family members that have problems with it, and I don't like it. I've been opposed to everything in the county since there's been a wet dry election back in the 1980s, and that's an infamous case where people county voted county dry, the judge overturned it on technicality. Another issue where the vote was bought off by the liquor industry for it to remain wet. And so this is the third applicant over the last 18, 20 years. Opposed to DJ Shamsey at DJ's Convenience Stop just south of the Arkansas River Bridge. Was here for his first hearing. I was denied, and the appeal came back with opposition with others. And I'm probably the only one that's been here for the 3 times over the last 18 years to oppose these permits. So that was denied a few years ago, 5, 6 years ago. Dollar General and Apollo opened a new store. They applied for a permit. Mrs. Price with Dollar General was district manager, applied. That permit actually went before the director. There was much opposition. The director approved that permit in spite of much opposition. It came back before the board, and the board voted down with only 1 vote for. And so here we are again. The first permit, DJ Shams's, was 3.5 miles from where I live. Dollar General was 2 miles from where I live. Now this is 4/10 of a mile from where I live. I plan to live the rest of my life in the community, and I just don't want it. And I'm opposed for safety reasons as well as not wanting to liquor.
Any questions from the board? I'm going, yes.
I got one thing. There's some letters there, from individuals in the community, and especially one I'd like to go and read. It's from Michael Brown. He was planning on being here today, and I guess he's unable to be here. Michael Brown is a property owner just to the west of where the boys' property is at. He's got 5 acres there, I think. He wrote a very good letter proposing, and I wish you'd read that letter to understand where he's coming from.
Chip, do you have any?
You said you're also a pastor at the Baptist Church. How far is the church from those Elton?
It's about 4/10 of a mile.
So about.
So it's past, I mean, I know there's 1,000-foot distance, and it's past that distance, so.
Okay. So your house and your church are both less than half a mile.
Right.
Right.
Can you see the winery from your property?
No, I was over here.
And I know you mentioned a couple of the other permits that have been denied in the past that you opposed. Were those on Riverview Road as well? So Okay, so those were for different safety concerns than,
There were different reasons for the opposition to that. And like I say, we tried to oppose anything south of the river, and we've been successful in that so far. We have an opinion to be able to do that, but, you know, in the elections, where it was a wet, dry election, the majority of people in especially Benton Township and those south of the river have voted overwhelmingly dry.
you don't dispute that this is part of the west area.
I understand that. I don't deny that at all.
Thank you.
But, you know, somebody has to apply for a permit to have it, then there's a right for folks to have opposition to oppose it. And that's what I'm here for.
I understand, thank you.
And I'm strongly very opposed it very strongly.
I see that Michael Brown has property next door that he tends to retire on. I've read this letter. Does he live in the community, go to
Yes,
church in the
yes.
community?
Yes, he
Go to
does.
school? Okay,
Now, he is, I don't know, 65, 66, 67 years old.
okay.
And his family has property that's gone back for 150 years in the community. He's one of those long-time people that moved back from California and inherited property. And
I see. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if y'all had a chance to read the letter from Michael Brown, but I don't know if there's anything you want to address as a response to that or from just in general.
Well, the road that is behind our property is actually on our property. Some years back, there's a house, in fact, I had a text message from that owner that he's supporting us. But the house that is behind ours, we're 7 acres, and then there's a house at the end. He's landlocked, and so years back, owners at that time, whoever it was, gave access. So there is a blacktop road that goes back to those 3 acres of that man's house. So that blacktop road is actually on our property. So our plan was, we're going to widen that in that area to allow trucks to come in. And then we have a driveway that is at the back of the house that make a circle drive on our property there so that any trucks coming in would be able to come in, deliver whatever they need to deliver, and then use a circle drive and then come back out on the road and go back out. So our plan was to actually widen that blacktop road because it's on our property anyway. So
Can you describe to the board, you know, the type of deliveries, the quantities, the size of trucks? Could you give a little bit of color on that? That's something that's been brought up by some of the opposition as well as others.
well, for food, there may be trucks. I don't know the size of the truck. We've actually had large trucks bringing out materials while we worked on the outside of the structure. So we've had cement trucks come out to pour slab. We've had a big trailer come out to bring the cement blocks that had to be delivered. So they've been able to come out and pull into the actual driveway that we plan to use for the driveway. And they've been able to come at the back of the house on that other road and pull in there. And they haven't had any problems as far as I know.
Right, but like moving forward, the concern being, I think that there's a concern about the amount of traffic, the wear on the road, safety concerns ongoing, not just during construction, but in perpetuity if this business was to open. So it would be a Cisco, Ben and Keith food type delivery truck. What other large trucks might be regularly, I assume trash, but anything else?
Yeah, except for the trash. If we needed to order bottles for bottling or something like that, we can always put on there where we want to meet them. They don't have to come to that location. If it's like a pallet of wine bottles, we could meet the truck at some other location and download them onto our trailer. We have a flatbed trailer. We would be bringing the grapes from our Bologna vineyard there on a flatbed trailer. We've had our trailer out there. We brought our tractor out there using our flatbed trailer. So
Your biggest traffic would be trash, food delivery, and some type of transporting of the grapes from your other property to your home, but you're not, this is a small winery that you're looking at more just consumption on site and not
yes,
mass distribution with distribution trucks going
no, we're not doing any kind of distribution trucks selling our bottled wine to other locations. That was never our plan.
Okay.
Mr. Atkinson, would you oppose this business if it didn't sell liquor?
I don't think I would.
Thank you very much.
I've got one other thing. A distance has been mentioned of 35 miles from Bologna to this location in the Riverview community. I'm wondering, is there a law or something that states it's got to be within 35 miles?
As far as, you're not supposed to, by law, you can't be more than 35 miles from your permanent establishment and where your residence is.
Okay.
That's not to say that it's not, hasn't been over, exceptions haven't been made in the past, but as the law is written, for a liquor store, a gas station, anything like that. Right.
That is correct. It is a requirement that the applicant be within 35 miles of the permitted outlet. Ms. Bowman is within 35 miles of the permitted premise. That's on page 12. You see Agent Kelly had done that math, and it's it was close. 34.33.
Okay.
So she is within the.
Now, she mentioned when she said this, that it was straight line distance. Is this traveling straight line or going by the roads?
It's asymptotes.
Okay.
Yes.
I know it's further than driving the road.
It is, yes.
If no one else has any questions, we'll move on to our next opposition. Thank you, sir, for coming in.
Having a difficult time reading the first name, but Mr. and Mrs. Chisholm.
Oh,
Carol. Thank you.
I know that's unusual.
Thank you. I'm Peter Chisholm, I'm chief of police officer. Now, I know I don't want to recover over, I already have. And I can clarify a couple things, if you don't mind, I'd like to bring up notes about what this is going on. So, and again, I'd just like to clarify that, there is beer in Morrilton, there is a winery in Morrilton, but it also has a Lenhart distributor. That's not a brewery. That's a distributorship. For 40 years, the privilege of being there in electrical work, I worked in that building. They do not make alcohol. You should look around. Now, the movie winery or whatever that was mentioned was in the middle of Morrilton. Privilege of working there while they was having their get-togethers to taste wine. That has been moved to outside the city limits for some reason. I can't answer that. In Morrilton, pursue fishing. They can kick a rock to the city limits at once. So they moved for some reason. My concern is this is out in the county, not the city of Morrilton, as we done clarified. But you cannot go to this location without coming through the city limits in Ottawa. Period. No way to get in and out. So they're passing, anybody that's going there is passing through our city limits. I've been law enforcement for 22 years. When 9/11 happened, I joined police force. I have the privilege of working with every department in Conway County except for Morrilton. But I work close with him. I will say that the city of Ottawa by far has the lowest count of DWIs in Conway County. I've been there since 2019. I think one. I can't say that for the other cities. And that's my concern, is DWIs. There'll be consumption of alcohol on the premise. I understand that the people will be trained. But I've also seen places that were trained that they would go out and have to come back in. I'm just gonna be honest. Do I oppose alcohol? I have drunk a lot of alcohol in my younger days. I don't know. But I enforce the law. So it doesn't really matter what my thinking is. So if you pass it, I will enforce it. I will strictly enforce my DWI laws. Some of my officers, Mayor mentioned that we are part-time. Some of my officers are not even certified to do Good Friday or DWI arrests because we don't have that need. But they will be, but if this comes in, I will have to certify it. We're all certified. Because nothing against the people that own it. They have good intent. I have no doubt of that. But I know people Like those outside or anywhere else in their cars. The other thing that I mentioned about the hill, that's been covered by, actually that hill is I think it's 300 something feet long. And it's actually still sloping in front of the business, right? But also there is works in the future to revitalize the area of the park and stuff, which will be campers and one-tons coming off that hill. Won't be able to stop. I worked right there. Speed limit is 35. I get constant complaints about speeders. I wrote 5 citations. So, that's what I got to say.
I think we've asked this question to some of the other people that have come up, but as a law enforcement officer, if there was any establishment on the other side of the river, as it's been mentioned, there's not anywhere that it appears right now that has a permit, but if there was a restaurant or certainly like a honky tonk, or just like a restaurant or another Dollar General, would you, in your position right now, oppose anything that would serve alcohol on that side of the river?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of, I mean,
Okay.
that dollar store is because of whatever it's in.
Okay.
Mr. Chisholm or Sheriff, is this so the director's decision, you're the Conway County Sheriff, is that right?
No, chief of police of
Buffalo. So you have to bear with me for a minute. What I'm trying to determine here is if we have community members that are objecting, mayor's objecting, sheriff's objecting, or if we have a church objecting. So when I ask this question, do you attend the Riverview churches or you don't? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Chip, do you have any questions?
How many officers are in the envelope of this department?
Right now, we have three. Or not.
3 part-time officers. You indicated that if this outlet goes in, you're going to send some to the field sobriety training. Okay. Do they possess like portable breath tests? Does your station have a breath testing station?
No, we do not have a base station.
Okay.
No,
So you take them to the Conway County to do this?
Yes, Sheriff's Office. We do have a portable. And that's just, I use since I'm sure.
That just one and it's yours?
Yes.
And so would the others officers get that as well, or just the SFST? I'm sorry, the standardized field sobriety training?
But I can get that. They don't have that.
Okay.
But the handheld breathalyzer does not stand it anymore. It's just
Right.
Another, hey.
Establish your problem close. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming in.
Thank you. Got a Renee Wilson, who's also signed up.
I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Your point of view has already been expressed? Okay. And I believe someone from the sheriff's office is also.
I'm not on that list, but I'd like to speak.
You would introduce yourself for the record, please.
Jill, my name is Jeremy Kazire, Chief Deputy, Conway County Sheriff Department. That's KISSIRE.
And were you sworn in earlier, sir?
Yes, sir. In reference to what we got going on here, 214 Riverview Road is located within rural Conway County. If you turn on Riverview Road, pretty much everything on the right-hand side is Conway County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction. Everything on the left-hand side is gonna be city of Buffalo, and then it breaks back over to us. That being said, they share the same zip. So, Buffalo, Walton, you get the same zip code. If somebody was to die on I-111 with an emergency at Riverview Road, Buffalo's gonna be the first one there. Even though they don't technically collect the sales tax or any villages from the city. So respect with this business company, it's not going to help out their funding none whatsoever. If they get an increase of calls, like I said, they're going to have to help with their law enforcement are doing. With their training and experience on that.
what you said was correct. If you take exit 108 off I-40, turn south on Highway 9 and make your way to Riverview Road, there are several bigger stores. And that's this right there, Budweiser place. That's right off Main Highway 9. You have a turning lane for semis, turning lane for traffic. You got northbound traffic, you got southbound traffic, you have a turning lane. Shoulders are wide enough for us to make traffic stop on for DOTs to do inspections on semi, and even one trucks are bigger. As soon as you get to River Bridge, you cross Arkansas River Bridge, you come to DJ's right there. The road wise off, stay south on 90, hit 213, go to Arkansas Craft Paper. The road's still good right there at that point in time. And as you continue south, once you turn on the Riverview Road, that's a simple county road. Our officers do make traffic stops on Riverview Road. 9 times out of 10, we'll try to come around the cemetery cutoff road, so we have a safe place for them. If somebody was turning off of Highway 9 on the Riverview Road and they were to miss this driveway, well, what the mayor said, members of the committee said is correct, you know, if they miss that driveway, if they can't make that turn, they're gonna go up the hill, they're gonna be turning around in church parking lot. When they turn back around, if they get out of that parking lot after anything damage to that person's property, they're gonna be dropped off the hill. It's roughly 400 feet from the driveway. Semi, anything with the truck that has to stop, they can try and turn onto the property. Anybody comes from the Wheel Bar, anybody comes from that church, anybody comes from Charlie's Head Harbor, as soon as they top that hill, you're gonna be looking at the back of the truck right there. It's not a safe place to turn if the driveway's missed. Other than that, I mean, speaking on behalf of the sheriff's department, of course, we don't have a non-position out on for Wayne County. I wish any business the best on it. Simply looking at this 100% safety standpoint. And although it's a good business location for the business, it's not, in my opinion, Sheriff's Office opinion, a good location for the safety of the citizens of Conway County, for the safety of the community right there. There is an issue.
You feel it's like you're driving 35 miles an hour, that they still be able to stop.
35 mile an hour is a problem.
I can't, I drive the interstate, sometimes I'll drive 90 miles. If the law's 70, but that's on me. But if the guy's driving 35, you feel it's unsafe at 35 miles an hour, is my question.
Depending on the type of traffic, time of day coming in and out. I mean, it can't be, you know, like I said, I wish we all had a crystal ball so we could see the future, but I can tell you personally that I come out of school at part of the day, with an officer involved in incident. My deputies got hit by another vehicle. That ended in ambulance. We come out there, you know, excessive speed. I mean, that hill will get you, that road you stop, get 60 miles an hour. You know, luckily, we were able to radio ahead and say, hey, is anybody coming at the junction right there, ready to talk back and forth, you know, but if you have a juvenile kid, anybody that's down there at the park messing around, doing something that they're not supposed to do, which we have called in the past, like the house that they had bought, I personally made arrests out of that house prior to the big purchase, you know. Although it's a good city, it does not mean we don't have occasional drivers come through. I don't care who you are, every town, every township, every county is going to have that occasional person comes through there. And when they get tied up with law enforcement and they decide they want to get out of there, they're going to push to get out of there. Topping over that hill right there, it's a bad spot. And even if somebody was going speed under right there, I mean, it still creates a business because everybody here says about the neighbor's perspective, it goes down through. At the property, looking left up toward the church, you can't see it, but the priest is right there. So if somebody was to come off that hill back toward Highway 9, back toward that property, he could create danger, somebody pulling in that driveway. Stop.
Chief, with the school that's there and the small couple businesses that are on this road, the kennel, the dog kennel, and this Charlie's, am I saying it right? The Charlie's. Are you aware of any major accidents that have happened on this road in the last year or so?
Yes, we've had 2 or 3, and most of them been like boating, just trailers, very much. But that's not been necessarily at this junction. It was more so, we've had a parking lot accident down at Sequoia Park. Charlie is, he's an elderly gentleman now, but his quote unquote business is not necessarily open 9 to 5. We don't have 50 customers today. He has a small little bait shop. Good bait system. You go in there, leave $5 on the counter, you pick up some crickets.
There you go.
He's got a simple boat ramp that allows us access to the Arkansas River. So anything that happens on the river from Sequoia Park or Cherokee Park, South Lock number 9, we're able to put our boats in right there if we need to, through rescue all the way down to the foot of Beverage.
And so let me just be real clear. You are opposed to this establishment from a little bit of a different standpoint. You're opposed to this from a safety standpoint, not the liquor yourself.
That is correct. I've got nothing against alcohol. Like I said, I think we were with the county.
Okay.
Hope the business has great look. I really do. I mean, I think it's a fantastic idea what they got going on. That being said, to me, on behalf of the sheriff's office, it's not necessarily alcohol related. It's just this set location. If you are to bring more people to this particular junction on this particular county road, and those said people, or say they have, their big trucks, anything like that, it is going to create a possible hazard to the county.
All right, I've got one more follow-up question to this. And so, Mrs. Bowen said she was thinking it's about 20 patrons a day over an 8-hour period. So that's about 2 cars, roughly, assuming someone comes with people. That would be your opinion that this would be dangerous with another 10 cars a day over an 8-hour period?
It's one of those things where it's a very good question. You have a very hard decision to make as well. Each one of y'all here, and I respect that. That being said, I'm gonna say part of me says yes, part of me say no.
Sure.
Right there. Again, I think it's just a normal vehicle in and out of there. They could probably safely move through there. But you go back to the businesses down the road, the dog, that's fetishing puppies, them personally. They breed dogs, have a good kennel right there. When they sell those dogs, they go elsewhere. That does not bring customers to their place. They go elsewhere. Now, that being said, I'm not really worried about the actual, what I call normal vehicle traffic. But you start bringing restricted vehicles in like that, you're gonna have an issue at that point in time.
I don't suspect those big vehicles being dangerous. Sure.
That I don't know. I don't know what type of product or how much quantity they're gonna be going with that right there. But I just know, if somebody was to go to that house or that particular address, 214 Riverview Road, a big truck, a big snack truck or a box van, anything like that, you miss that driveway, you got actual good solid complaints right here standing set by me. I mean, those are the people that's gonna have to put up with that, As far as the responsibility that the city of Oplo has, no, it's not city of Oplo, it's the city of Morris. I can promise you, I've been in law enforcement for Conway County Sheriff's Office 18 years this last October. I've been acting as the chief deputy the last 2 years. I've made hundreds of traffic stops, pursuits south of the River Bridge on Riverview Road right there. I've heard hundreds of calls come out. You know how many city of Morris police officers go to these people's houses? And where the tax dollars are going to that, city of Morris. They got lots of officers here. All those got 3. I've got 25 sworn officers. I'm doing good if I can keep 3 deputies out for appreciation. I mean, we're strapped as it is, but any kind of wrecks or anything right there, there is a traffic hazard right there. And again, if you take exit 108, all the stuff that you go to, you know, this line that y'all heard about, the imaginary line, the river bridge. Over the river bridge, you've got a turning lane. Semis got heavy traffic, they need to turn them, and they get to turn the lane, vehicles clear out. If they bring it down, they've got a shoulder to get off on. If you connect to the semi, step 2 foot, then down the white line, we can do an inspection all the way around it on Riverview Road. I mean, it's a tight road out there, there's no way to do that.
So how did you first get brought into this? Through the public notice that gets sent out, or did someone call you? Did a church member call you, or?
I got brought into this about Tuesday of last week when Sheriff Mike Smith told me to come see.
Okay.
He could not make it here today, but he did, I guess he did oppose this.
He's the one, I guess he's the one that's part of the
Yes, Sheriff
denial.
Okay, so he denied it. He didn't want to hear it, listen to the city of Conway County. He wasn't able to make it today, so he briefed me on what was going on here last week. Had to come today.
Okay. Gotcha.
Chip, do you have any questions?
Deputy, you said on a good day, you got sheriffs for Conway County out on patrol.
Yes, 3 deputies per shift.
So what kind of response time on average would you be looking at to respond to an outlet like this?
Boy, I'd like to make it sound a lot better than what it really is, but depending on call volume, my deputy's location, it can be anywhere from 8 minutes to 16 to 20 minutes. I mean, from Beverage Mountain to the north part of the county, running 90 miles an hour, it still takes us 32 minutes plus. We in the county of Conway, we've got the city of Walton, we've got Farmville Police Department, we've got Menifee Police Department, we've got Alva Police Department. Anytime a call comes out and that call lands in one of those rural parts of the counties, but like I said, it's right there next to it, we'll depend on those guys to get there, assess it, and kind of maintain the signal till my guys get there.
Thank you.
I have just a couple questions.
Yes.
So it does seem like your concern is safety. So if there were just a restaurant without alcohol at this location, you still have these same concerns that you?
Yes, with respect, I would. And again, this is not me targeting anybody. It's 100%. It's a great community. It's a great location. It's just, I feel it's a better spot for any business to go in with or without alcohol.
Okay, thank you.
If you're going to have normal vehicles coming in, distributing vehicles, bringing food, whatnot, it's just, it's my responsibility to look out for the citizens of Conway County. So that's what I'm here.
And my other question is, so I know that Sheriff Smith, is that correct?
It's Mike
He said-
Smith.
Mike Smith, his objection was based on the location being within 538 feet of the school. Do you know what that's based on?
I don't want to speak exactly for him. I'm not going to put words in his mouth.
I understand he's not here, so.
So he briefed me on that. He told me about concerns that he had as far as the heavy traffic on, which was what I originally thought as well. And then he told me that he thought it was too close to the school. Whatnot. Now, I have put, being chief deputy, I put new programs called Hunt-X. Relevant, but it is only my deputy. Because the version we get, it tells us where boundary lines are at in property. It's a great, cheap tool for us for our investigations. Okay, stolen property, if I was to find a stolen trailer on your place, I need to know who you were. I can simply look at a map, get your name, get permission to go there. There's a line distance stronger and the area distance stronger. He used the wrong area distance and got that number. That's my contact with Mr. Olson. He's here. William R. Olson. He's not here. I was in direct contact with him by email and, shared that with him and we were able to confirm that it was in fact inaccurate.
Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm.
It is more than 1,000 feet.
Okay, thank you.
So do we know if the sheriff would not object to this? If no, was this, do you have his letter? Was he objecting to this based on the 530 feet rule?
And my understanding from the chief deputy here is that this is not based on a distance, and as members of the board probably recall, the 1,000-foot rule is for liquor stores, retail liquor stores. They do not apply to wineries, restaurants, private clubs, and these type of outlets, it's a consideration that the board may consider in determining public convenience and advantage. But except for the retail liquor stores, there is not a distance requirement for our other alcohol outlets.
I'll say I added that because it does look like the comment of public officials that he submitted, the only objection listed. I understand we've had more testimony today, but on that, it was just the distance.
One follow-up question I have for the sheriff's office is, if the director's decision was to be overturned today and they were to be given a license, would it alleviate some concern in the sheriff's office if they were to, the permittee was to work with you all to try to coordinate delivery times and scheduling of where truck, that heavier vehicular traffic is during like the lowest times of, traffic on that road, would that help alleviate some of the concern?
With respect, no, it would not. And again, here's why. We are spread far as you between, city outflow got 3 officers. I'm good to have 3 deputies to cover the whole county. We do property exchange, child custody, standby, so 9 yards. I mean, my deputies are putting 2 tanks of gas in their vehicle per shift, 8 hours. And we're just more wide open. Now, that being said, even again, we have a lot of farmers, like big row crop farmers south of the River Bridge. But as soon as you go north on Arkansas River Bridge, which is this line that everybody's talking about here, there's a John Deere dealership on the left-hand side of the road. We have coordinated local law enforcement to actually shut that bridge down, because when our farmers drive the combines over the bridge, it takes up other lanes of traffic. Even when they call our office, we're so busy, 9 times out of 10, we have to ask the city one of them to help us with that. So what you're saying to coordinate, again, even though it's going to be oil zip code, they don't really get out of the Arkansas River Bridge. It falls on our responsibility. We depend a lot on Oslo and vice versa. So that coordination would be through us, through the city and Oslo. It would just be a very, I don't want to give nobody false hope. I'm not
Sure.
I'd like to say yes, but as a business with a distributor truck trying to coordinate, hey, what time will be here today, B and C, I mean, I can't guarantee anybody to be anywhere at any set time.
And I might have misspoke. I was intending that like an officer would be there to help with traffic or anything. I was more of, you all know when the traffic flows are the heaviest times and the lightest times of the day and days of the week, potentially, with as much time as you're spending on the roads. My question was, if they were to come to you and say, hey, give us some insight, if we do, we were to get a permit, we do need deliveries, what would be the best time to coordinate the trucks? Is it from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Tuesdays is like the lowest time of traffic in the area? And they try to the best of their ability, like within their own control, bring in their own grapes or things like that, coordinating their traffic, their heavier traffic as much as possible during the windows of the day that, from your experience, would be the lower traffic counts on the road.
Yeah, we would be willing to work, anything like that, but I'm still not sure we'll be able to give a fine answer on that. Like,
sure,
that Beverage Park, it's so invested thing. I mean, it's a very busy highway.
Yeah. Any other questions? You have anything else, Mr.
Well, I just want to say I understand about the concerns for the safety issues on that road. And when my husband measured from the driveway that we plan to use for cars, the driveway there to the top of the hill, he measured like 410 feet. So I just went on the internet and thought, okay, if a car, and I checked different speeds, but the only one I remember is 60 miles an hour. So if a car was going 60 over that hill, from what I read, brake time reaction and actual stopping, the internet told me that a car going 60 could stop in 268 feet. So in my mind, I'm thinking if it's 410 feet and we have cut down all the shrubs and anything obstructing the view along that in front of our place, then a car would be able to see a vehicle pulling out. And we also have a clear view. If you could see a car like topping it, well, then of course you're not going to pull out in front of that. And then we have that other road that is behind, it's still on our property, the Blacktop Road. So we can coordinate as far as like deliveries or anything. But we had to have a piece of equipment or something delivered to our house in Bologna. We live on a cul-de-sac, and the big truck couldn't get there. So we said, well, then we'll meet you, and we just found a place. We talked to the driver, and we met him, and whatever the equipment was, we just placed it on our, we had like a flatbed trailer, like, I don't know, 18 feet long, I'm not sure. But we just called it a pickup truck. It's not like it's a huge semi truck. We just put the equipment on that and then use that to take it to our house. So we can coordinate with trucking companies a meeting place, and there won't be that many anyway. It's a small operation. We're hoping to grow, but it's a small operation. So we would be able to coordinate with the truck drivers and work it out so that there is not heavy 18-wheelers coming down there, because they're very picky about what road they go down anyway. They want to make sure that if they're delivering, and that piece of equipment that we had delivered, we didn't have a loading dock, which there's not a loading dock at our place right now either. So if there's not a loading dock, then they don't want to bring their big equipment in there. So we would have to work with those trucking lines anyway to be able to make sure whatever we're having delivered, that we can just load it onto our trailer and then take our trailer. So I understand the safety concerns, but we're not expecting the volume of traffic that I think everybody else is expecting, which that would be great for us. But we're not expecting that kind of traffic coming into the winery.
You have 7 acres, is that what you said?
7 acres, yes.
Would you be willing to put a sufficient turnaround on your property, a gravel turnaround if?
Yes, we
that was
put
conditioned?
on the back of the property where that second road that goes back to this other house, that road is on our property. So we were going to widen that top road anyway. And then on our property at that second driveway that we have that comes off of that road, make a semicircle turn so that if a truck did come down, they'd be able to pull in there and make a semicircle.
Okay.
And we can put signs up, and plus, if you order something from a trucking company, you have to let them know like where they pull in and all of that, because we don't have a loading dock like a big commercial place would have.
At this point, if you don't have any other questions, we'll let you return to your seat. Thank you for your time, sir.
Sorry.
Is there anybody else who may have not signed up or did sign up that I might have missed to speak in opposition? Okay. Members of the board, we do have some people who have signed up to speak in support of the application as well.
Okay.
First, I have Steve Bowen.
I'm the owner. I'm gonna go last in case somebody else wants to go.
All right. I also have Terrence Cole.
I don't know if anybody else.
I'll say, I think it would be kind of, repetitive at this point, so.
I'll leave it to you.
Can we make it just clear, obviously, that there are multiple people in support, but I think only Steve, maybe that's the time.
Okay, so I have Steve Bowen, Terrence Cole, Tricia Barnyard, Brad McKay, and Robin Bullard are here in support.
Can you raise your hand just so you can see it? Okay.
And then other than Steve Bowen, that would be the only one to. I'll-
Did any of y'all want to speak? Well, I mean, I'm just I'm Steve. So you probably pretty much, can assume I'm for this, but, I can also answer any other questions you might have about, first of all, there are 2 driveways, and when the concern was coming over the hill, we have a separate driveway, which is 60 feet past that. We could make that the private driveway. That's where we've already put a new culvert, and they planned on making a semicircle and additional parking back there. So that'll give you an additional 60 feet of stopping. But at the time, I'm thinking we won't have a dozen cars today, whether it's a house or a winery or an Airbnb or my family that wants to come see me. There's not going to be any difference in that volume to me. So, and I think the main objective of everybody is that they just don't like alcohol. I mean,
I grew up in a really small neighborhood such as they have, and I kind of get it. I grew up in Waldenburg. Then I joined the military and I went all over the world. But alcohol is not the problem. It's the consumer that overconsumes. I mean, I don't even drink that much, but if I do like to drink the wine that from somebody that's made it from grapes in their backyard. I think it's really neat. But we're a Christian family. I just believe there's nothing wrong with having a glass of wine. I mean, if I thought it was, then I wouldn't do it. Everybody here can quote you Ecclesiastes 7:9. Probably can quote you Matthew 18:15-20. Like if you have a problem with somebody, maybe go talk to them. But nobody's come and told us in person that there was a problem. There's a sign out there. Many people have come by, but not one has stopped and told me there was an opposition. Many people have stopped, said this is good that you're cleaning this up. And I said, well, I want to make sure. And they're like, oh yeah, look forward to it. But I'm just a little disappointed because nobody came to us in person when, maybe they could have understood what we were doing and why we were doing it. I mean, do you have any questions for me?
I think we've had a lot of questions and answers today. It's been very informative. Members of the board, do you have any?
I want to hear why this location. Well, I mean, we've heard a little bit about why y'all chose this, but now I'm really wanting to know why.
Well,
if traffic count is going to be so low, if so few patrons, first off, can you even pay your bills?
Well, it's
with
not.
that? But why this location? Any business I open, I'm going to want to be in a location where the surrounding area is not only going to be for it, but also be patrons, so that I know I can pay my light bill.
Well, I'm going to pay the light bill based on the 9-year growing year of a vineyard I got, and the grapes are doing wonderful.
But they've already said you're not going to be selling this, bottling and selling this wine.
No,
We're not going to be distributing it out to other locations.
we will be making wine with the grapes we grow in our backyard. And neither one of us are going in this to be millionaires. And I would like to pay the light bill, but that's not our motivation. You would think it would be. Money was never the motivation to start a business, and it probably should be. But it's just, if God's blessed me with these grapes, I figured He'd bless me with wine. And this one happened to hit all those spots. Now, when you go up to that spot, I never seen the concerns, and nobody told me. But it's a beautiful spot, and I'm telling you that the grape will make a good juice. And again, it will, by word of mouth, other than anything else. It's a grape that's grown in Bologna, but it came from France. Nobody else in Arkansas grows petite Manseng. But ours happened to work. So we'll have 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of grapes. And why not share that? I mean, if you have a good chocolate cake recipe and you want to share it with somebody, if you don't like chocolate cake, don't eat chocolate cake. If you like chocolate cake, don't eat too much chocolate cake. Why this spot?
Why this location?
I said that from the beginning, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If God wants us to happen, He will. We showed up. There's a Bible verse on the driveway. For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son. I'm like, there's sign number one. It's beautiful. It's serene. And that's the kind of place we wanted to make our wine and sit up. And it wasn't to be mass communicating and selling, mass distributing of the wine. It was just to make enough to share it and maybe not lose that much money. But it's absolutely, to me, I looked at it, I'm like, this is it.
Do you ever feel like you would make this your residence and live in the community?
Oh, that's why it's 7 acres in the woods back there. And even C.B. Walker that passed away, I've said that God decided to sell that because it's behind me. And Grant, who messaged me this morning who's living there. He said, yeah, mom knows, when she decides to sell it, you know, she'll give you first rights, whatever that means. I said, okay. But if not that, there's room to put a little cabin in the woods, and that's what I just figured out to do. I mean, it's right, it's peaceful, and that's what, I mean, whether it's a small cabin to us, it doesn't matter, but we were thinking about a couple cabins in there. I could have, because if I'm gonna grow the grapes, which I plan on doing, because it's beautiful, another 300 plants. So you have a nice house with surrounding deck. You can see the grapes grow, and in 3 years, you're harvesting, and you're making wine with that grape. So that's, it's been every one box.
When you get out of the driveway, when you first pull up, there's just when you get out of your car, there's just a calmness there. You can hear the rooster across the street from Lex Anderson, our neighbor, who texted Steve and said, yes, I support this. But you can hear his rooster crow, and you can see his chickens, and it's just calm and peaceful, which is what we like. And Grant that he mentioned texted him today that yes, he's in support of it. So those are our two closest neighbors, Lex and Grant. And they're both in support of it.
Jamie, any other questions?
Not at the moment.
Pam, this is in your backyard. Chip, do you have any questions?
Just real quick, I'm assuming, but since we're creating a record, Mr. Bowen, you are Mrs. Bowen's husband?
So far.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm doing right now. We brought separate vehicles. I'm just saying.
And do you have any ownership stake in this business?
Yes. Well, it's like I help her.
Okay, do you have, are you, in the articles of incorporation, or are you listed as like a co-owner of this business or a secretary, CEO, CFO?
Okay, it's my title.
You're not.
I don't have an official title yet.
He's my helper, but he's not actually listed on the paperwork.
On the articles of incorporation, you're listed as the managing member.
Managing member. All right. That sounds. Do that.
As a follow-up question to that, you're listed as the only officer and the principal, but your wife is a registered agent. But I didn't see your name on the permit. Is that more that it's because it's your wife's business, or is there a reason? There's nothing from a background check or anything from your perspective that would have kept you off?
No, 28 years, 3 months, and some days in service, the last 13 top secret clearance, first 4 top secret clearance, so there's not going to be a thing on me. I flew to Afghanistan until 2017. Then I retired and retired.
Okay.
So my job was to get the grapes, grow the grapes, and help her with whatever.
Okay.
I mean, she's the business side.
Okay.
As you can tell, I'm not the business. I'm the grow the grapes.
Sure. Assume you don't have any questions for your husband, but.
This ought to be good.
Members of the board, do you have any other questions for him? At that point, then, thank you for your time, sir. Chip, I guess, how do we want to do a closing from you and then?
Sure thing.
Okay.
I would say very briefly, I like to think I'm loud enough, but just in case. should be obvious from context. The director's decision was based on public convenience and advantage, given the objections that we received from both public officials and members of the community. Of course, the director did deny this permit. Under our rules, there's a number of factors when considering public convenience and advantage. Number of existing alcohol permits in a proposed area, types of existing alcohol permits in the area, suitability of location, including traffic hazard, traffic congestion, which I think you've heard about, remoteness of the area, degree of law enforcement availability, which I think you've also heard about, character of neighborhood. Then there's suitability of the proposed building itself, which I don't think we have any issue with that. Potential impact on outlets, on churches or schools in the area. We've heard a little bit about that as well. Of course, input from law enforcement officials, other public officials. You've heard from Sheriff's Office, Chief of Police from Opelo, also the Mayor of Opelo as well. And then finally, opposition or support comments from adjacent property owners, nearby area residents to any application. I understand that when we talk about public convenience and advantage, even though we have these factors, even though we have these sort of boxes that we tick, it does come down to kind of a subjective question a lot of times. This is a permit that received a lot of opposition, both from public officials as well as from members of the community. We would ask that the board would uphold the director's decision in this case.
Just a final few thoughts. Obviously, we've heard a lot about picking a location, why this location. They spent time growing these grapes. This is honestly where the perfect location is, right in Petty Jean Mountain area. There's tourism. Going kind of to the other permits in the area, there's a winery right down the road. It's on the Arkansas Wine Trail. This could be part of that. This could add to tourism attractions in Arkansas with Petty Jean. Obviously, we have a lot of opposition from the church itself, but I think there are things that we can do to alleviate some of those concerns. Like that been mentioned, the only time that they will actually see this property is by driving past it. You cannot see the property from the church. That will not be an issue. And I think it comes down to, my client is willing to, communicate to work on this. If there are delivery options, they will work on that. If there are concerns about safety, they will work on that. They've already put up cameras. This property was dilapidated. I think the sheriff said at one point he had to come get somebody from the property because it was so just out of shape. And now we have this nice new opportunity. I think it would be good for the area. Morrilton area, and obviously I know Opelo is close, but this is in a wet county. I think it's a good opportunity for the area, for tourism in the state of Arkansas. As you head to Petty Jean, and we just ask that you overturn.
Any questions before we deliberate from the board's perspective? If not, then anyone has any final thoughts? Anyone put you on the spot since you know it's very better than any of us?
Well, I think it sounds really good, but I would have to oppose it because of the sheriff's objections and all of the residents around there. So, but it does sound really good.
This is a really tough one. This is a really, really tough one because I really like business. I think what I'm putting a lot of weight in this letter right here. Putting a lot of weight in this. I'm looking at these three reasons from denial over and over again. And I will tell you, I think the Conway County Sheriff objection is his official objection is based on this proximity that's not there. So I can actually overcome number one. I think the mayor of Opelo is probably speaking more as a church member than he is the mayor of Opelo. So I could get over number two. My problem is number three. I just can't get over number three. And that's what I've been looking for. I've been looking for somebody to help me overcome number three. And so for that, I would also have to deny this application.
Jamie, do you have any thoughts? Steve? Okay. Well, if that's the case, then would we like to entertain a motion? Stop.
Be a contrary. I can make a motion, I would make a motion. When I look at legal, look at a lot of other things besides just an opinion on whether you like wine or don't like wine. I don't think there's a significant amount of traffic, semi-truck, that's going to be that often. And I'm looking at 20 cars in an 8-hour period, that's just 1 or 2 cars an hour. I'm going to make this motion. It can be turned down, turn them down before. Nobody's going to hurt my feelings. My motion is that we overturn the decision and allow them. And they can, nobody can second it, or you can second it and deny it. Or if you don't second it, then somebody needs to make a motion that we uphold the decision. That's my motion.
Guess everybody's looking at me now.
Yeah.
If it's up to me, I assume you all are not seconding. So I don't feel that I can second that motion.
So it can die. Or die from not having a second. So somebody. Mr. Chairman, welcome to do that too.
And like there not being another second, I'll second it just to bring it to the table for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No. No.
No.
Okay. Motion is not carried. Do we have another motion?
Can we allow them to pull it out, pull it back, and look for another location?
They would have to reapply if they change the location.
If they were to find a new location, regardless.
If we say no,
That would be an application, they can reapply.
yeah,
For a new location.
but if we make a motion and tell them no, they can't do it for another year
At this, at that location.
at that location.
They
So they
could,
can do it somewhere else.
yeah, they could buy the lot next door and reapply. It's a change of
Is that,
circumstance.
is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding. Yes, the 1 year is for essentially the same application. At the same location.
Okay, so currently, we have no motion on the table. Does someone like to make another motion as far as, Pamela Bowen, Blue Dane Winery at 214 Riverview Road in Morrilton?
Do we need another one? Is that, if we didn't overturn the director's decision, then the decision's okay.
We haven't comment yet.
I do think we need a motion to make a decision, and also for any kind of appellate review, there would have to be findings of fact, conclusions of law, essentially the basis for not upholding the director's decision.
I make a motion that we uphold the director's decision in the case of Pamela Bowen, Blue Dane Winery in Morrilton, Oklahoma.
May I add to that, please?
Sure.
Uphold it under the fact that under section 1.21 factors that may be considered in determining public convenience and advantage. Number 3 under that is suitability of location. And then number 6 under that is input from law enforcement officials and other public officials. I'd like to add that to the motion.
Would you be seconding that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Either way, it's carried, it's at 30.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Steve abstains. Okay, motion carries. Thank you all for your time today. Appreciate everyone coming in and going through this process with us. It doesn't make the meeting adjourned. Yes, 7. 7:19.
There's a new parking lot